Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Twilight descended over the misty mountains like a shroud, bringing with it a cold that reached beyond flesh and bone to touch the very soul. Gandalf the Grey stood motionless atop the ancient watchtower of Untold, his weathered hands clasped around his staff as he gazed northward, where the night sky should have been illuminated by the ethereal blue glow of the first flame of honor. Yet there was only darkness, an absence so profound it seemed to devour the very stars above it. "The third flame to fail this season," he murmured, his breath forming ghostly wisps in the chill air, and the White Council still debates while shadows gather. Few remembered now what the seven flames truly were, ancient pyres kindled from the embers of Anor itself at the dawn of the Third Age. Placed along the great boundaries of the Freelands, they formed a network of arcane protection against the deepest evils of Middle-earth, those horrors that slumbered beneath mountain and mere, awaiting the weakening of ancient bindings. Gandalf had watched with growing dread as the flame of Fornost had sputtered and died at midsummer, followed by the flame of Anúminas as autumn leaves began to fall. Now the flame of Anor, mightiest of the northern pyres, had vanished like a candle snuffed by an unseen hand. To those without the sight, it meant nothing, a mere curiosity perhaps, or a tale to frighten children on winter nights. But Gandalf knew better. The flames were failing too quickly, too systematically for mere chance or the natural erosion of ancient magics. Something, or someone, was extinguishing them deliberately. With a resigned sigh that carried the weight of centuries, Gandalf turned from the parapet and descended the crumbling stairs of the watchtower. His decision was made. The White Council would deliberate until the stars grew cold. He would act. The halls of Rivendell echoed with raised voices as Gandalf strode purposefully toward the exit, his grey robes billowing behind him. "You cannot seriously intend to enter Moria alone." Elrond's normally measured tones held an edge of incredulity. "Even if the Staff of Durin still exists, the ancient dwarven halls have fallen to darkness. The Balrog sleeps fitfully," Gandalf completed the thought, pausing at the archway, "and will continue to sleep if the remaining flames hold, but if they too are extinguished." He left the grim alternative unspoken. "The Council has not reached consensus," Saruman's smooth voice interjected as the White Wizard appeared from an adjoining corridor, his immaculate robes and bearing a stark contrast to Gandalf's travel-worn appearance. "We must study this phenomenon further before taking rash action." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together like storm clouds. "Study. While darkness spreads and ancient evils stir, 3 flames are already gone. Saruman. If the remaining 4 should fail, the barriers that have contained the Shadow Lords these past 3,000 years will collapse entirely. You place too much faith in old wives." "Tales, Gandalf," Saruman replied with the faintest hint of condescension. "These Shadow Lords you fear are nothing more than legends embellished through the ages. As was the Balrog, until it awakened and consumed Moria," Gandalf countered. "As were the Barrow-wights, until they began walking the downs. Some legends, old friend, are warnings preserved through time. Without waiting for a response, Gandalf turned and continued through the archway, his staff striking the flagstones with a rhythm that spoke of urgency and purpose. "The staff of Durin is a fool's errand," Saruman called after him. "No one has laid eyes upon it since the fall of Moria. Then I shall be the first in an age to do so," Gandalf replied without turning back. "Farewell, Saruman. I hope we meet again in better times." As he crossed the bridge leading from the last homely house, Gandalf could not shake the disquiet that had settled over him during the council's deliberations. Saruman's dismissal of the danger felt too practiced, his arguments too convenient. Like the failing flames, it kindled a suspicion in Gandalf's heart that would not be easily extinguished. The settlement of Belegost huddled at the eastern foothills of the Misty Mountains, a humble outpost where descendants of Durin's folk scratched a meager existence from the unyielding stone. Though they shared the blood of mighty dwarven kingdoms, these were a diminished people, exiles who had never seen the splendor of Erebor nor dared to reclaim their ancestral halls in Moria. Within the town's single tavern, a brooding figure sat alone in the shadows, his dark beard streaked with silver, his eyes holding the haunted look of one who had witnessed glory reduced to ash. Thorin, son of Thrain, heir to a throne without a mountain, drained his tankard and fixed Gandalf with a stare hard as the stone beneath their feet. "You speak of Moria, as if there were something there worth reclaiming," he growled. "My grandfather led an expedition to those cursed halls 30 years ago. Not one dwarf returned. Whatever treasure or artifact you seek, wizard, it is not worth the price. What I seek may be the only thing that can prevent a darkness greater than any your people have yet faced," Gandalf replied, leaning forward. The staff of Durin was more than a scepter of kingship. It was a key and a flame-bearer, crafted from the heartwood of one of the 2 trees of Valinor, gifted to your ancestor by the elves in an age when such alliances were still possible. Thorin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. If such a treasure exists, why would the elves not seek it themselves? "Because no elf may enter those halls now," Gandalf explained. "The awakening of the Balrog severed the ancient bonds of friendship. The staff will respond only to one of Durin's blood and one who serves the flame, a wizard of my order. And you believe this staff can rekindle the protective fires that are failing across the land?" Gandalf nodded. "It is the only hope we have. The flames were kindled from the staff's light in the first days of the Third Age. Only it can renew them now." Thorin was silent for a long moment, his fingers tracing the rim of his empty tankard. "My clan bears the shame of disturbing the Balrog," he finally said, his voice rough with emotion that dwarven pride would never name. "Our delving too deep, our greed for mithril and gold, unleashed the terror that claimed Moria. Perhaps aiding you might begin to balance that debt." Gandalf's weathered face softened with understanding. "The path to redemption often leads through the darkest places," Thorin Oakenshield. The dwarf's head snapped up at the use of the title, a name earned in battle but seldom spoken aloud in his years of exile. "You know much for a wandering wizard." "I know that courage can be found in the most unexpected places," Gandalf replied, "and that the blood of Durin runs true, even in difficult times." By nightfall, they had gathered a small company, 7 dwarves in all, distant kin to Thorin, who shared his desire to amend the sins of their forebears. None were warriors in the traditional sense, but all were hardy folk who knew stone and darkness and the secrets of surviving where others might falter. As their small caravan departed Belegost under the light of a waning moon, Gandalf cast his senses outward, searching for signs of the remaining flames. To his dismay, he felt the distant flicker of the flame of Osgiliath weaken. its once steady pulse now erratic and fading. 4 flames extinguished, 3 remaining, and those growing weaker by the day. Their journey to Moria had become a race against shadows that gathered more swiftly than even Gandalf had feared. The eastern gate of Moria loomed before them, a dark arch set into the unyielding face of the mountain. Ancient runes, partially obscured by centuries of weathering, framed the entrance that had once welcomed travelers from across Middle-earth to the greatest dwarven kingdom ever built. "Speak, friend, and enter," Gandalf translated, running gnarled fingers over the inscriptions. A simple enough riddle, though these doors have remained sealed since the Balrog's awakening. "Perhaps they are best left sealed," muttered Gnarly, the eldest of Thorin's companions, his white beard quivering with apprehension. "That is no longer a choice we have," Thorin replied grimly. Not if the wizard speaks truly of what stirs in the darkness. As Gandalf uttered the elven word for friend, the great doors shuddered and began to swing inward with a groan of ancient hinges, protesting after centuries of disuse. Beyond lay blackness, so absolute it seemed a living thing, waiting to engulf any who dared disturb its domain. "Keep close," Gandalf advised, raising his staff. Its crystal head began to glow with a soft white light that pushed back the darkness a few precious yards at a time. "The paths to the lower deeps are treacherous, and we are not the only hunters who walk these halls." Their descent into Moria was a journey through majesty and tragedy intertwined. Great halls and sweeping staircases spoke of craftsmanship beyond anything the living world had witnessed in thousands of years. Yet everywhere lay signs of the kingdom's violent end, abandoned tools, scattered bones, and the lingering echo of terror that no amount of time could fully erase. "The chamber of Mazarbul lies ahead," Thorin said, as they paused at a crossroads of 3 tunnels. If the Staff of Durin survived the fall, it would have been secured there, the deepest treasury where the greatest heirlooms were kept. "And closest to where the Balrog was awakened," added Gandalf, his voice grave. "We must tread with the utmost caution." As they approached the chamber's entrance, a subtle change came over the darkness surrounding them. The shadows seemed to thicken, coalescing into shapes that moved with deliberate purpose rather than mere absence of light. Gandalf raised his staff higher, its light intensifying to reveal robed figures emerging from side passages and alcoves, their faces hidden beneath deep hoods. Servants of Saruman. Gandalf identified them with bitter realization. "I feared as much." The White Wizard. Thorin's hand moved to the axe at his belt. "Why would he oppose our quest?" "Because he does not seek to preserve the flames," Gandalf replied, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. "He seeks to extinguish them completely." The leader of the robed figures stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal the sharp features and pale eyes of a man of Dunland. The White Wizard sends his regrets that he could not be present himself. Gandalf the Grey. "He wished me to tell you that the Shadow Lords will reward him well for their release, with knowledge and power beyond even your imagining." "Fool!" Gandalf thundered, his form seeming to grow larger as his power gathered around him like a mantle. "The Shadow Lords care nothing for rewards or promises. They will consume this world, beginning with those who freed them." "Perhaps," the man shrugged with disturbing nonchalance. But the White Wizard has convinced us that a cleansing fire must sometimes precede new growth. The old powers have ruled too long, Gandalf. It is time for a new order to rise from their ashes." Without warning, the robed figures attacked as one, wielding curved blades that gleamed with unnatural blue fire. The dwarves met them with the fury of their race, axes and hammers creating a defensive ring around Gandalf as he countered the magical assaults directed at him by Saruman's lead acolyte. "Go!" shouted Thorin as he parried a strike aimed at Gandalf's back. "Find the staff! We will hold them here!" With a reluctant nod, Gandalf broke away from the melee and raced toward the chamber of Mazarbul, the sounds of battle echoing behind him. The great vault door stood partially open, its intricate mechanisms long since seized by time and the corruption that had seeped through the deepest halls of Moria. Within, illuminated by a single shaft of daylight, from some high aperture in the mountain's face lay the accumulated treasures of Durin's line, gold and gems beyond counting, armor of surpassing craftsmanship, weapons that had passed into legend. And upon a simple stone pedestal at the chamber's center, untouched by dust or decay, rested a staff of white wood that seemed to drink in the daylight and transform it into an inner radiance of its own. As Gandalf approached, he felt the weight of ages pressing upon him. The staff of Durin hummed with power older than Middle-earth itself, a direct link to the light of Valinor that had preceded the making of sun and moon. This was more than a mere tool or scepter. It was one of the last pure connections to the world as it was meant to be, before shadow and corruption had entered the song. With reverent hands, Gandalf lifted the staff from its resting place. Its touch sent a surge of awareness through him, knowledge of its making, its purpose, and the terrible price that had been paid to preserve it through the darkening years. He saw as if in a vision the seven flames, as they had first been kindled, burning with a light that pushed back the very memory of evil from the lands they protected. And he understood with sudden, devastating clarity what would be required to rekindle those flames now. The sounds of battle grew closer as Gandalf emerged from the chamber, the staff of Durin clutched in one hand, his own staff in the other. Thorin and three of his companions remained standing, blood spattered but unbowed, as they drove back the last of Saruman's servants. "You found it," Thorin breathed, his eyes widening at the sight of the gleaming white staff. "Yes," Gandalf confirmed, his voice heavy with the knowledge he now carried. "But kindling the flames anew will require a sacrifice of power, Istari power. I must pour my own essence into the staff to awaken its full potential." Understanding dawned in Thorin's eyes. "A life for the flames. Not death, precisely," Gandalf corrected, "but a diminishing. I will not be as I was." He gazed at the staff, its light pulsing like a heartbeat in time with his own. A small price to pay for the salvation of Middle-earth. As they retraced their steps toward the surface, a tremor ran through the ancient halls, subtle at first, then growing in intensity until dust and small stones began to rain down from the vaulted ceilings above. "He stirs," Gandalf murmured, quickening his pace. Under the Balrog senses the staff's presence and the weakening barriers between worlds as the flames continue to fail. They had nearly reached the eastern gate when darkness bloomed ahead of them, not merely an absence of light, but a presence that devoured illumination, hope, and courage with equal hunger. Heat rolled toward them in suffocating waves as a figure of shadow and flame emerged from the depths of a side passage, its roar shaking the very foundations of the mountain. "Run!" Gandalf commanded, thrusting Thorin ahead of him. "Get to the surface! I will hold the bridge!" "We will not abandon you to that demon," Thorin protested. "This is not abandonment, son of Thrain," Gandalf replied with grim determination. "This is destiny. Take your people to safety. Ensure that my sacrifice is not in vain." As the dwarves reluctantly retreated toward the faint glow of daylight ahead, Gandalf stood alone upon the narrow stone bridge of Moria, the staff of Durin raised before him like a beacon. The Balrog advanced, its form a nightmare of primordial fire and malevolence given shape. "But you shall not pass," Gandalf declared, his voice carrying the authority of his true nature for perhaps the first time since he had walked the shores of Middle-earth. Return to shadow. The Balrog's response was a roar that shattered stone and a lash of its flaming whip that cracked the air like thunder. Gandalf met its attack with a shield of pure light sprung from the staff of Durin, momentarily driving the creature back. In that brief respite, Gandalf made his choice. Raising both staves above his head, he began an incantation in a language older than the foundations of Arda itself. The staff of Durin flared with blinding radiance as Gandalf poured his own essence into it, not his life force, but something equally precious to an Istari, his power, his connection to the greater magics that defined his being. A column of white fire erupted from the joined staves, piercing the darkness of Moria and shooting skyward through some unseen channel to the world above. As it reached the open air, it split into 7 streams of light that arced away toward the compass points where the flames had once burned. One by one, in distant watchtowers and ancient stone circles across Middle-earth, the protective flames rekindled, not with their original blue ethereal fire, but with a warmer, whiter light that carried something of Gandalf's own spirit within its glow. In Moria, the Balrog howled in fury and pain as the renewed barriers seared its ancient flesh, driving it back toward the abyssal depths from which it had emerged. The bridge beneath Gandalf's feet cracked and gave way, sending both wizard and demon plummeting into darkness. The last thing Thorin saw from the safety of the Eastern Gate was a flash of pure white light from the depths, followed by silence so profound it seemed to fill the entire mountain. Days later, as dawn broke over the foothills of the Misty Mountains, the dwarves of Thorin's company stood vigil at the gate, hope fading with each passing hour. Their vigilance was rewarded when a figure emerged from the darkness, bent, leaning heavily upon a simple wooden staff, robes no longer grey, but white as new-fallen snow. "Gandalf," Thorin ventured cautiously, approaching the transformed wizard. The figure raised his head, revealing features both familiar and strange. The same weathered face, but now framed by hair and beard as white as his raiment, eyes holding both ancient wisdom and something new, something reborn. "Gandalf," he repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, that was my name, Gandalf the Grey." A faint smile touched his lips. "I am Gandalf the White now. And I have returned to you at the turn of the tide." High above, the rekindled flame of Arna blazed in the northern sky, its light a promise that some sacrifices, freely given, could illuminate the darkness for ages yet to come. Story 2. The dawn broke over Rivendell in shards of amber and gold, filtering through autumn-touched leaves to dapple the ancient stones where Gandalf the Grey stood motionless, his weathered hands trembling around a message scroll. The parchment bore 7 wax seals, each one shattered, each bearing the distinctive emblems of the elven realms. As he read the hurried script, the wizard's bushy eyebrows drew together, deepening the lines of his face until he resembled one of the carved stone guardians that stood sentinel over the last homely house. "All 7, he whispered to the morning air. "A dry taken in a single night. The 7 crowns of the elven kingdoms were not mere symbols of sovereignty, but artifacts of profound magical significance, each containing enchantments woven during the First Age when elven craft had reached its zenith. The crown of Lindon, with its sapphires that controlled the tides, the silver circlet of Eregion that could speak to stone and metal, the emerald diadem of Lothlorien that maintained the timeless enchantment of the Golden Wood, and 4 others, each powerful, each irreplaceable. Now all were gone, and with them the delicate, magical equilibrium they maintained. Gandalf had felt the disturbance before the message arrived, a tremor in the fabric of Middle-earth's enchantments, like a tapestry suddenly pulled askew. The stars had seemed to shudder in their courses, and creatures of shadow had grown bold, venturing from their hidden places as if sensing weakness in the ancient wards. The council had been summoned to Rivendell with urgency. As Gandalf entered the circular chamber where the wise gathered, he noted the barely concealed panic in the eyes of Elrond half-elven, the deep furrows in Círdan the shipwright's brow, and the conspicuous absence of both Saruman the White and Galadriel, Lady of the Golden Wood. The signs are unmistakable. Gandalf addressed the gathering without preamble. An ancient prophecy stirs, when the 7 crowns shall gather, the shadow shall awaken. Fanciful legends, scoffed Lord Elrond, though his voice lacked conviction. Tales to frighten elflings. Then explain the darkness spreading over Mirkwood, countered Círdan, or the sudden failing of the Haven's protective enchantments. 3 ships were lost in the crossing yesterday, vanished between one realm and the next. Gandalf spread an ancient map upon the table, its parchment so delicate it seemed to shimmer like gossamer. The thefts were coordinated, executed simultaneously despite the vast distances between the realms. This was no random act of plunder, but a calculated strike by one who understands the crown's true significance. And who might possess such knowledge? Asked Elrond. Gandalf's eyes darkened with memory. Those who once served as guardians of the realms, warriors and mages who pledged themselves to protect the elven kingdoms before the last alliance. Most perished in the war against Sauron, but a few survived. Scattered now, some in exile, some in hiding. You speak of your former apprentices. Elrond's voice took on an accusatory edge. Those whose training you abandoned when you chose the path of the wandering wizard. I chose to serve all of Middle-earth, not only the elven realms, Gandalf replied with dignity. But yes, I must find those who remain and seek their aid. The crowns must be recovered before they can be gathered. And who would undertake such a theft? Pressed Círdan. Gandalf's gaze drifted to the window, beyond which lay the wild lands where dangers gathered. I have my suspicions, he said quietly, but I must confirm them before I speak. As the council argued late into the night, weighing strategies and casting blame in equal measure, Gandalf slipped away. Dawn would find him on the road, for time was precious, and the shadows were growing longer with each passing day. The forest of Lothlorien stood as it always had, a golden sanctuary of mallow trees whose silver bark and golden leaves defied the seasons of the world beyond. Yet as Gandalf passed beneath its eaves, he sensed the change immediately. The usual sensation of timelessness had faltered. Here and there, leaves fell that should have remained fixed in eternal autumn, and shadows gathered in hollows where light had never failed before. At the heart of the woodland realm, upon a hill crowned with the mightiest mallow trees, stood the dwelling of its lady. Galadriel awaited him on a stair of twisted roots, her ageless beauty unmarred yet somehow dimmed, like starlight seen through thin clouds. "And you come too late, Mithrandir," she greeted him, using his elven name with cool formality, as always. Gandalf bowed deeply, his staff clutched in gnarled fingers. "My lady Galadriel, I come seeking aid in a matter that threatens all the elven realms. The crowns," she nodded, "including the emerald diadem that maintained the enchantments of my realm. Already, the golden wood begins to fade without its power. Then you understand the urgency. I must gather the former guardians. To what end?" she interrupted, descending the stair with fluid grace, "to chase shadows across Middle-earth while darkness spreads. The time for such quests is past. The elves diminish. Mithrandir, perhaps this is simply another sign that our age draws to its close." "You cannot believe that," Gandalf countered. "Are not you who has fought the darkness since before the rising of the sun?" Her blue eyes fixed upon him with the weight of millennia. "I believed once that the light could be preserved eternally. I believed in many things, including you. When you promised to protect my daughter, the wizard flinched as if struck. Celebrian, Galadriel's daughter, had been captured by orcs despite Gandalf's vow to ensure her safe passage to the Grey Havens. Though rescued, her wounds of body and spirit had been too great, forcing her to sail to Valinor to seek healing beyond Middle-earth's power to provide. I failed her, Gandalf acknowledged, the admission heavy on his tongue. As I have failed others, but this threat concerns more than past grievances. The prophecy, I know the prophecy better than you. She cut him off. And I was present when it was first spoken, in the days when Beleriand still rose above the waves, when the 7 crowns shall gather, the shadow shall awaken, and the light of the elves shall be tested as never before. What you don't know, what few remember, is the prophecy's conclusion. And from that testing shall come either eternal twilight or a light renewed beyond all reckoning. Gandalf's eyes widened. Then there is hope in this darkness. Hope or final defeat, Galadriel replied. The prophecy is ambiguous, as such things often are. She turned away, gazing into the dimming heart of her realm. Who do you suspect has taken the crowns? Radagast, Gandalf answered softly. My old friend has grown strange in his isolation, communing with creatures no other wizard would approach. He dwells now in the depths of Mirkwood, where the darkness grows thickest. Galadriel was silent for a long moment. Radagast the Brown was once the gentlest of the Istari. If he has turned to shadow. Not shadow, perhaps, Gandalf corrected, but his wisdom may have turned to folly. He may believe he does good, even as he endangers us all. The Lady of Lorien turned back to him, decision crystallizing in her ancient eyes. I will not join your quest, Mithrandir. My place is here, preserving what remains of Lothlorien's light. But I will send one who may aid you, Haldir, captain of my guard, who knows the paths through Mirkwood that others have forgotten. It was a concession, if not the alliance Gandalf had hoped for. He bowed again, accepting what was offered. And the others, the surviving guardians. Círdan remains at the Havens. Thranduil's son, Legolas, was too young to be a guardian, but has inherited his mother's affinity for the crown of the woodland realm. As for Glorfindel, a rare smile touched Galadriel's lips. You will find him where he has always been, at the forge beneath the falls of Imladris, crafting weapons against the darkness. The crossing of the Anduin proved treacherous, the great river swollen with unseasonal rains and churning with an anger that seemed almost sentient. Without the crown of Linden to calm the waters, the natural world grew increasingly hostile, as if sensing the imbalance in Middle-earth's magical foundations. Gandalf, Haldir, and Glorfindel, the latter having joined them with surprising eagerness, bearing a blade that shimmered with inner light, stood upon the eastern shore, gazing into the tangled depths of Mirkwood. Once called Greenwood the Great, the forest had succumbed to shadow over the centuries, its trees twisted and its paths beset by creatures of darkness. The corruption spreads more quickly than I feared, observed Glorfindel, his fair elven face grave beneath a hood of grey. Without the crowns to maintain the ancient boundaries, darkness seeps through like water through a broken dam. Then we must make haste, Gandalf replied, stepping onto the narrow path that wound between massive trunks draped with lichen and moss. Radagast's dwelling lies 3 days' journey toward the heart of the forest. They traveled in silence, for the wood seemed to listen with malevolent attention to every word spoken above a whisper. By night, eyes gleamed from the shadows, not merely the natural denizens of the forest, but things that crept from deeper places, drawn by the weakening of ancient wards. On the 3rd day, as filtered light took on the golden quality of late afternoon, they came upon a clearing that had not been there during Gandalf's last passage through these woods. At its center stood a great oak, its massive trunk hollowed and shaped into a dwelling that merged natural and crafted elements in the way only magic could achieve. Birds of impossible variety perched upon its branches, while small creatures scurried around its roots with purpose rather than fear. Rhosgobel, Gandalf named the place, Radagast's home. As if summoned by the name, a figure emerged from the hollowed trunk, a man of indeterminate age, clad in robes of brown so earth-stained they seemed almost part of the forest itself. His beard was tangled with what might have been twigs or perhaps tiny nesting birds, and his eyes darted with quick, bird-like movements. "Gandalf!" he exclaimed with genuine delight. "And elven companions too. What an unexpected pleasure. Come in, come in." The hedgehogs have just prepared tea. The interior of Rhosgobel defied its outer dimensions, expanding into a cluttered space filled with herbs hanging from rafters, bubbling concoctions in vessels of strange design, and animals that seemed to serve as both pets and assistants. Shelves sagged under the weight of scrolls and specimens, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and growing things. "You know why we have come, old friend," Gandalf said, declining the offered seat and tea. "The crowns of the elven realms have been stolen, and all signs point to your hand in the matter." Radagast's expression shifted from welcome to wariness in an instant. Direct as always, grey pilgrim. "Yes, I have taken them, or rather rescued them. But not for the reasons you suspect." With a gesture, he parted a curtain of hanging moss to reveal an inner chamber where, upon pedestals of gnarled wood, sat 6 circlets of exquisite craftsmanship. The 7th, the crown of the woodland realm, crafted of twisted branches and summer flowers that should have withered centuries ago, rested upon Radagast's own workbench, partially disassembled. "You break ancient enchantments," accused Haldir, his hand moving to his blade. "I break a curse disguised as blessing," Radagast corrected, his voice taking on an uncharacteristic intensity. "These crowns, these beautiful artifacts, have maintained a false equilibrium for thousands of years. They preserve, but also stagnate. They protect, but also imprison." Gandalf stepped closer to the disassembled crown, examining the exposed enchantments with growing concern. "What have you discovered, Radagast?" "The elves were meant to fade, Gandalf, to diminish and depart these shores, making way for the dominion of men. It is the natural order, the will of Ilúvatar himself. But these crowns," he gestured at the gleaming circlets, "were crafted not only to protect elven realms, but to artificially extend the elves' time in Middle-earth beyond its proper measure." "You speak of things beyond your knowledge." Glorfindel's voice was cold with anger. "Do I?" challenged Radagast. "Then explain why, as I dismantle each crown, the path to Valinor grows clearer. Why ships that were lost between worlds suddenly find their way. The crowns do not protect, my friends. They entrap. They hold the elves in Middle-earth when their spirits long for the undying lands." Gandalf's mind raced, trying to reconcile this revelation with the prophecy Galadriel had completed for him. "When the 7 crowns shall gather, the shadow shall awaken, and the light of the elves shall be tested as never before. And from that testing shall come either eternal twilight or a light renewed beyond all reckoning. If what you say is true," he said slowly, "then the shadow mentioned in the prophecy is not some ancient evil, but the shadow of false preservation." Radagast nodded. "The twilight of a people who linger past their time, neither fully present in this world nor free to depart it." Haldir shook his head in denial. "This cannot be. The crowns have protected our realms for millennia. At what cost?" asked Radagast gently. "How many of your people feel the sea longing yet cannot bring themselves to leave? How many ships have been lost in recent centuries, caught between worlds because the way grows unclear? The crowns were crafted with love, but also with fear. Fear of change, fear of ending. They must be unmade for the true path to open." Gandalf stood in silence, torn between ancient loyalties and the ring of truth in Radagast's words. If the brown wizard was correct, then stopping him would perpetuate a painful twilight for the elven race. Yet aiding him meant hastening the end of an age, the final departure of the firstborn from the shores of Middle-earth. "Show me," he finally said. "Show me what happens when a crown is unmade." Radagast nodded and returned to the workbench where the woodland crown lay in pieces. With deft movements, he separated the final enchantment, a delicate weaving of magic that pulsed with emerald light, and gently unraveled its pattern. As the spell dissolved, a sound like distant singing filled the chamber, and through the open window they glimpsed a new star blooming in the twilight sky, a beacon pointing westward across the sea. "The way becomes clear," Radagast whispered. "One by one, as the crowns are unmade, the true path to Valinor reveals itself." In that moment, Gandalf understood the full meaning of the prophecy. The light renewed beyond all reckoning was not the preservation of elven realms in Middle-earth, but the clear and open path to their true home, Valinor, where their light would never dim. The choice before him was momentous: to preserve the past at the cost of the future, or to embrace change and help shepherd an entire people to their destiny. As wizard, as friend, as guardian of crowns both literal and metaphorical, Gandalf faced perhaps his greatest test. "The crowns must be unmade," he declared at last, his voice heavy with the weight of decision. "But not by your hand alone, Radagast. This transition must be guided, the peoples of each realm prepared for what is to come. The end of an age should be met with dignity and understanding, not confusion and fear." As night fell over Mirkwood, the four unlikely allies began the delicate work of unmaking what had been preserved for thousands of years. With each enchantment dissolved, the stars grew brighter overhead, forming a shining road that pointed ever westward, a path not of endings, but of new beginnings beyond the circles of the world. And Gandalf, guardian of crowns no longer, found himself instead guardian of a transition, helping to guide the firstborn children of Ilúvatar home at last, as a new age dawned upon the shores of Middle-earth. Story 3. The desolate plains of western Eriador stretched beneath a sky bruised with twilight, where neither stars nor moon dared reveal themselves. Upon a weathered hill stood an ancient tower of black stone, Amon-Rûd, the last watchtower, its silhouette jagged against the dying light like the broken tooth of a slain giant. Within its crumbling walls, Gandalf the Grey sat alone, his weathered fingers tracing arcane symbols in the dust that gathered upon manuscripts yellow with age. 50 years had passed since the last great dragon fell from the skies, pierced by the arrows of the men of Dale. 50 years since the voices in Gandalf's mind, the echoing roars and whispers of dragon spirits bound to his consciousness, had begun to fade one by one, like candles extinguished by an inexorable wind. Now, only the faintest ember of their once mighty chorus remained, a solitary voice that spoke in dreams and riddles. The art of conjuration, the ancient magic that allowed certain Istari to bind the spirits of fallen dragons to their service, was dying with him. Perhaps it was meant to be. The age of dragons had passed, their fire and majesty reduced to legend even within Gandalf's prolonged lifetime. Soon, he too would be nothing but a tale told to wide-eyed children around hearth-fires. "Egnor," Gandalf whispered to the silence, calling to the last dragon spirit that still answered. "Nay, What troubles your rest tonight? The air before him shimmered, coalescing into the translucent form of a sinuous dragon, smaller than the great worms of old, but still magnificent in his ethereal grace. Scales like hammered silver reflected light that had no source, and eyes like molten gold regarded the wizard with ancient intelligence. When the egg stirs, old friend, Agnor's voice resonated not in the chamber, but in Gandalf's mind, a warm vibration that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. After centuries of slumber, the last clutch of Skatha awakens beneath the Shadow Mountains. The dormant blood calls to its kin. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in genuine surprise, the first he had felt in decades. Impossible. Skatha the Worm was slain by Fram of the Eotheod over 5 centuries ago. His line ended then. Did it? Egnor's form twisted in what might have been the dragon equivalent of amusement. The wise do not deal in absolutes, Mithrandir. You, of all beings, should know that life finds cunning paths when faced with extinction. Before Gandalf could press further, a raven alighted on the tower's windowsill, its feathers iridescent in the fading light. Tied to its leg was a small scroll bearing the seal of Gondor, a white tree beneath 7 stars. The message was brief, written in a cipher known only to those of the White Council. Dragon rumor confirmed, forces gather, northern clans march south, Gondor mobilizes, the Shadow Mountains will run red if you do not intervene. Gandalf's gnarled fingers closed around the parchment, crumpling it, as weariness settled over him like a familiar cloak. He had withdrawn from the affairs of the kingdoms of men, tired of councils and the slow machinations of power. Yet, if a dragon egg truly existed, it seems, old friend, he addressed the spectral dragon still hovering before him, that our retirement has been cut short. The village of Bregan's Crossing huddled against the foothills of the Shadow Mountains like a child seeking shelter against its mother's skirts. Its earthen buildings and thatched roofs spoke of a folk who valued practicality over beauty, survival over comfort. As Gandalf approached on his sturdy grey mare, he noted the unusual number of armed men patrolling the perimeter, Gondorian soldiers by their armor, though they wore no identifying insignia. In the central square, a grim scene unfolded. A young woman was bound to a post, her golden hair matted with blood, her face bruised but defiant. Around her, villagers gathered with the restless energy of a mob, kept barely in check by the presence of soldiers. "Spy!" shouted one red-faced farmer, brandishing a pitchfork. "Northern witch!" called another. Gandalf dismounted slowly, his joints protesting after days of hard riding. Age was a burden even to wizards, though few would guess the true count of his years. With deliberate calm, he approached the gathering, his staff tapping a rhythm upon the packed earth. "What transpires here?" he inquired, his voice deceptively mild. A Gondorian captain stepped forward, hand resting casually upon the pommel of his sword. "This is no concern of wandering greybeards. Move along." She was caught mapping the mountain passes, a village woman interjected. "3 of our men vanished last week in those same highlands." Gandalf studied the bound woman more carefully. She was young, no more than 20 summers, with the proud bearing and fair coloring of Rohan's people. But there was something else, something in her eyes that caught his attention. They were an unusual shade that shifted between green and gold in the sunlight, with vertical pupils that contracted to slits when she glared at her accusers. Dragon eyes. Egnor's spectral form, invisible to all but Gandalf, circled the woman with evident curiosity. She carries the blood, Mithrandir, diluted perhaps, but undeniably draconic, a descendant of shapeshifters, though she may not know it herself. "I will take responsibility for the prisoner," Gandalf announced, straightening to his full height, no longer the bent old man who had ridden into town. The captain laughed. By what authority? In answer, Gandalf merely raised his staff. A pulse of white light emanated from its gnarled crown, momentarily blinding those gathered. When their vision cleared, the wizard stood transformed, no longer stooped and grey, but tall and terrible, his robes shimmering with inner light, his eyes reflecting ancient power. By the authority vested in me by the White Council and by powers older than your kingdom's founding stones, he replied, his voice resonating with command. Now, cut her bonds. You didn't need to interfere. The woman, Eowyn, she had named herself, said as they made camp that night in a sheltered hollow far from Bregan's Crossing. I had matters well in hand. Gandalf raised a bushy eyebrow as he kindled their small fire with a whispered word. Indeed, being tied to a post and surrounded by angry villagers was part of your strategy. Eowyn's unusual eyes reflected the firelight as she shrugged. I've escaped worse situations. She rolled back the sleeve of her tunic to reveal an intricate pattern of scales that shimmered iridescently against her skin. I have abilities the common folk wouldn't understand. Dragon traits, Gandalf nodded, unsurprised. It manifestations of your heritage, though you may not understand their true nature. Her head snapped up, wariness replacing her bravado. What do you know of my nature, wizard? I know that you are a descendant of Skata the Worm, though the blood has been diluted through generations of breeding with the race of men. I know that you seek something in these mountains, something that calls to your blood. And I know that you are in far greater danger than you realize. Eowyn was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant. My grandmother told stories, she finally said, her voice soft. Tales of our ancestor who could take the form of a great white dragon. I thought them merely legends, until I turned 16 and the scales appeared upon my skin. Since then, I've felt a pulling. A voice without words calling me eastward, to the mountains. The egg, Gandalf murmured, it senses kindred blood. Egnor's ghostly form manifested between them, causing Eowyn to gasp and recoil. She is not the only one who feels the call. Mithrandir, even now, others with far darker purpose converge upon the mountains. The egg must not fall into their hands. What manner of spirit is this? Eowyn demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for her knife. A friend, Gandalf assured her. The bound spirit of Egnor the Swift, last of the silver drakes of Forodwaith. I'm a conjurer, Eowyn, perhaps the last of my kind. In ages past, wizards like me could bind the spirits of fallen dragons to their service, preserving their knowledge and power beyond bodily death. Understanding dawned in her unusual eyes. You seek the egg as well. I seek to protect it, and you from those who would use draconic power for conquest and destruction. The armies of Gondor march north even now, while the clans of Rudar descend from their strongholds. All have heard rumors of the last dragon egg, and all desire it for their own purposes. And what are your purposes, conjurer? She challenged. Gandalf smiled, a genuine expression that softened the lines of his ancient face. To ensure that some magic remains in this world as the old ages pass away and new ones dawn. Some beauty, some wonder amid the growing shadow. The cavern deep beneath the Shadow Mountains pulsed with ancient power. Crystalline formations jutted from walls of obsidian, casting prismatic light across the vast chamber. At its center, nestled upon a natural dais of black stone, rested an object that seemed to glow from within, an egg the size of a man's torso, its shell the color of bone, with veins of silver coursing across its surface. Gandalf and Eowyn stood transfixed, the perilous journey that had brought them here momentarily forgotten. They had traversed treacherous mountain passes, evaded Gondorian patrols, and battled the savage mountain clans who guarded the outer tunnels. Now, at last, they stood before the object of their quest. "It's alive," Eowyn whispered, her scaled hand outstretched toward the egg, though she did not quite touch it. "I can feel its heartbeat." Not an egg. Egnor's spectral form circled the dais, his translucent body agitated. A chrysalis. A vessel of transformation. Gandalf frowned. "Explain yourself, old friend." Scatha was the last of the Ancient Ones, those who could shift between dragon and human form at will. When he sensed his death approaching, he did not lay an egg. He created a vessel into which he poured his essence, his power, his very being. A seed meant to birth not an offspring, but himself renewed. "Reincarnation," Gandalf breathed, understanding dawning. Egnor nodded his great head. The vessel required the presence of his blood to awaken, now that the last of his lineage stands before it. The egg, or chrysalis, pulsed more intensely, cracks appearing across its surface. Light spilled from within, bathing the chamber in silver radiance. "What happens now?" Eowyn asked, her voice steady despite the otherworldly scene unfolding before them. "That depends upon you," Gandalf replied solemnly. "Otvil, the vessel awakens to your presence, your blood. It offers a choice, transformation and power beyond mortal imagining, but at what cost? To awaken Scatha in his full might would be to unleash a force this world has not seen in an age. The kingdoms of men would tremble, wars would ignite, and many innocents would perish in the struggle to control or destroy such power." The cracks in the chrysalis widened, tendrils of silvery light reaching toward Eowyn like seeking fingers. "Or," she prompted, sensing the unspoken alternative. "Or you could receive the gift on your own terms. Take the power into yourself, but tempered by your human heart, your human experiences. Become something new, neither fully dragon nor fully human, but a bridge between worlds." Gandalf's aged eyes held hers. "The choice must be yours alone." For a long moment, Eowyn stood silent, the light playing across her features, illuminating the scales that marked her heritage. Then, with deliberate purpose, she placed her palm upon the cracked surface of the chrysalis. "I choose neither destruction nor dominion," she declared, her voice resonating with newfound power. "I choose transformation with purpose, to protect, to preserve, to remind this world that magic and wonder still exist, even in an age of dwindling marvels." The chrysalis shattered in a blinding flash, its fragments dissolving into motes of light that swirled around Eowyn like a tempest. Her body lifted from the ground, suspended in the vortex as the ancient power of Scatha flowed into her, reshaping her in accordance with her will and heart. When the light faded, she stood transformed. Not a dragon, not a human, but something between. Her skin shimmered with fine scales, like armor of living silver. Her eyes blazed with inner fire, and from her shoulders extended wings of translucent membrane and delicate bone, folded close against her back. Gandalf gazed upon her with wonder, feeling the chorus of dragon voices in his mind stir with renewed vigor. Perhaps the age of dragons and conjurers was not ending, but merely changing form, as all things must. "What happens now?" he asked, echoing her earlier question. Eowyn, or the being she had become, smiled, her teeth sharp, yet her expression gentle. "Now, old wizard, we remind the world that legends are born from truth and that magic never truly dies. It merely awaits those with the courage to embrace it." As they emerged from the mountain caverns into the dawn of a new day, Gandalf felt the weight of his years lighten. The world was changing, yes, but perhaps not all change heralded an ending. Sometimes it merely marked a new beginning. And beginnings, he had learned through countless lifetimes, were where the greatest adventures always started. Story 4. The ancient walls of Minas Tirith trembled, not with the thunder of war drums or the footfalls of enemy armies, but with something far more terrifying: silence. As Gandalf the White stood upon the uppermost tier of the White City, he watched in horror as the luminous runes that had adorned the walls for 3 ages of men flickered like dying embers. These were not mere decorations, but the very foundation of the city's protection, woven into stone by the hands of Númenórean kings when the world was young. With a sound like shattering glass that echoed across the 7 tiers of the city, the runes extinguished completely. Seconds later, the invisible dome that had shielded the city from dark sorcery for millennia collapsed inward, showering the White Tower with fragments of light that dissolved into nothingness before touching the ground. "It is as I feared," Gandalf whispered to the dawn wind. His weathered hand gripped his staff more tightly, the white wood humming with agitation beneath his fingers. "And the unmaking has begun." Throughout Middle-earth, the ancient runes that had maintained order since the First Age were failing, not eroding through time or neglect. That would be natural, expected even. No, these were being systematically corrupted, their patterns twisted by a knowing hand, invisible to most, but blinding to those with eyes to see such things. Gandalf's gaze swept across the plains of Gondor toward the shadowed land of Mordor. No, the threat came not from there, not this time. This was something far more insidious, a cancer within rather than an enemy without. The Council of the White convened in haste, gathering in Minas Tirith's Chamber of Stars, a circular room whose ceiling captured the night sky in enchanted obsidian. Lady Galadriel's visage appeared in a shimmering pool at the center of the chamber, while Círdan the shipwright manifested as a figure of swirling mist. Only Saruman was absent, his place in the circle conspicuously empty. The runes of protection in Lothlórien flicker like candles in a storm. Galadriel's voice resonated with uncharacteristic urgency. The Golden Wood stands vulnerable for the first time since its planting. "The Grey Havens fare no better," added Círdan, his ancient voice carrying the salt of the sea. "The portals between realms strain against their moorings. 3 ships were lost between worlds just yesterday." Gandalf stood, his white robes catching the light from the enchanted ceiling. "The pattern of corruption is deliberate, a calculated unraveling of the runic framework that binds and protects our world. We must discover the source." "And how do you propose to accomplish this, Mithrandir?" challenged Lord Elrond, his ageless face lined with rare worry. "The runic system spans all of Middle-earth. It would take 100 wizards 100 years to examine even a fraction." "Not if we could trace the corruption to its origin," Gandalf replied. "For that, we need one who can read the oldest runic forms, one who has hunted relics and artifacts across the forgotten corners of our world." A heavy silence fell upon the council as realization dawned. "You cannot mean," began Elrond. "Aragorn," Gandalf confirmed. "Adum the Exiled." The dead marshes stretched before them like a putrid wound upon the land, mist coiling above stagnant waters that concealed more secrets than merely the faces of the fallen. Gandalf's white robes had been exchanged for travel-worn grey, a necessary concession to stealth in lands where light attracted unwelcome attention. The corruption of the runes has weakened the barriers between worlds," Gandalf explained as they picked their way across treacherous ground. "The marshes were once merely grim, now they are actively malevolent." Beside him walked a figure wrapped in a weathered ranger's cloak, his face obscured by a deep hood. Where he stepped, the mists retreated briefly, revealing solid ground amid the deception of the swamp. "The council was quick to banish me when I began collecting forbidden artifacts." Aragorn's voice was rough from disuse, his words chosen carefully after years of speaking to none but himself. "Yet now they send you to seek my help." "The council did not send me," Gandalf corrected. I came of my own accord. The patterns of corruption bear resemblance to the runic artifacts you were accused of tampering with. Aragorn stopped abruptly, throwing back his hood to reveal a face both familiar and strange. The noble features of Isildur's heir, now framed by prematurely silver hair and marked with a jagged scar that ran from temple to jaw. I was hunting the corruption even then, he said, eyes flashing with the memory of old wounds. I recognized the pattern, subtle changes introduced to the supporting runes, meant to undermine the primary structures over time. The council preferred to silence the messenger rather than face an uncomfortable truth. A piercing shriek cut through the mist, followed by another, then a chorus. Dark shapes coalesced from the fog, twisted creatures, half flesh and half shadow, with too many limbs arranged in configurations that defied natural order. Void walkers. Gandalf raised his staff as blue light flared at its crown. The weakening barriers allow them passage from the spaces between realms. Aragorn's sword sang as it left its scabbard, not Anduril, the flame of the west, but a blade of strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the very light around it. These abominations were once travelers, caught between portals when the runes began to fail. Their forms were rewritten by the void. The creatures lunged with impossible speed, but Aragorn moved like water, his blade leaving trails of darkness as it severed limbs and cleaved malformed torsos. Gandalf's staff blazed brighter, each burst of light causing the nearest voidwalkers to recoil and dissipate like smoke in strong wind. "We cannot linger," Gandalf called as more shapes emerged from the mist. "The forge awaits, and our answers with it." The hidden passage beneath the misty mountains had not been traveled in an age of the world. Narrow and treacherous, it wound its way through the living rock, descending into the heart of the earth, where heat and pressure had once been harnessed by master craftsmen to forge artifacts of legend. The Forge of Celebrimbor. Aragorn's voice echoed in the cavernous space as they emerged from the passage, where the rings of power were first conceived. Before them stretched an enormous chamber hewn from the mountain's heart. Great anvils of strange metal stood upon platforms of intricately carved stone, while channels in the floor carried molten material from the magma pools that provided heat and raw power. But most impressive were the walls, every surface covered in runes, overlapping and interlocking in patterns so complex they seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "The master pattern," breathed Gandalf, "the template from which all runic systems in Middle-earth were derived. If there is corruption, we will find its echo here." As they approached the central dais, movement caught their attention. A slender figure in flowing robes stood before the largest anvil, hands raised toward the runic walls, where symbols were shifting, changing under her guidance. Arwen, Aragorn's voice broke on the name, a wound reopening after years of forced healing. The daughter of Elrond turned, her timeless beauty marred by exhaustion, her eyes burning with purpose. "You should not have come." "What have you done?" demanded Gandalf, his staff raised warily. "I did what needed to be done," she replied, her voice like music even in defiance, what neither the council nor the wise had the courage to do. With a gesture, she brought the runes on the nearest wall to life. They detached from the stone, swirling around her like luminous script written on the air itself. The runic system was never meant to protect us, Mithrandir. It was meant to constrain us, to place boundaries and limitations on what magic could achieve, a prison built by the Valar themselves. "A necessary constraint," countered Gandalf. "Without structure, magic becomes chaos. Without boundaries, power corrupts absolutely." Pretty words to justify chains. Arwen's hands moved in complex patterns, directing the floating runes to merge and separate in new configurations. I have spent decades studying the oldest texts, the forbidden knowledge hidden even from the council. The runes do not merely shape magic, they diminish it. They are a cage built around a star, allowing only the smallest light to escape. Aragorn stepped forward, his sword lowered. Arwen, whatever you believe, this unmaking endangers countless lives. The barriers between worlds collapse. Creatures of void slip through, portals fail. Necessary transition, she interrupted. The birth of new magic is never without pain. But once the runic framework is fully dismantled, magic will flow freely again, as it did in the days before the Valar sought to control it. No more rigid forms, no more ancient limitations. Her eyes softened as she looked at Aragorn. And no more need for kings and councils to dictate who may wield power and who may not. The ground beneath them trembled as another section of runes detached from the walls, swirling into Arwen's expanding creation, a new pattern forming in the air, wild and beautiful and terrifying in its complexity. Gandalf advanced slowly, his staff lowered in a gesture of peace. "Show me," he said quietly. "Show me what you have discovered that convinced you to take such a dangerous path." Arwen hesitated, then nodded. With a graceful movement, she directed a strand of runes toward the wizard. As they circled him, Gandalf's eyes widened in genuine shock. The runes revealed their true nature to him, not merely tools for shaping magic, but a vast, elaborate binding spell that encompassed all of Middle-earth. "You see now," Arwen whispered. "We have never known true magic, only the pale shadow allowed by our constraints." Aragorn watched the two of them, tension visible in every line of his body. "If what she says is true, it is true," Gandalf confirmed reluctantly. "But that does not make her actions wise." He turned to Arwen, his expression grave. "The constraints were placed for a reason, child. The full flow of magic nearly destroyed the world once before, in the First Age. The Valar did not bind magic out of jealousy, but out of necessity. So we remain diminished forever, out of fear," Arwen challenged. "Not forever," Gandalf replied, "but until we have the wisdom to handle such power responsibly." He gestured to the chaos of the runic storm surrounding them. "Is this responsible? Tearing down safeguards without fully understanding the consequences?" Doubt flickered across Arwen's face for the first time. The swirling runes faltered in their dance, some returning to their places on the walls. "There is another way," Gandalf continued gently. "Not destruction, but evolution. The runic system can be modified, improved, made more flexible without being dismantled entirely." "How?" Arwen's voice was barely above a whisper. In answer, Gandalf raised his staff. The crystal at its crown pulsed with inner light as he began to sing in a language older than words, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the mountain. The runes responded, their chaotic movements settling into new patterns, still structured but more fluid, with spaces between the rigid forms where new possibilities might flourish. "Balance," Gandalf explained between verses of his song. "Structure and freedom in harmony rather than opposition." Aragorn moved to Arwen's side, hesitantly offering his hand. After a moment's pause, she took it, their fingers intertwining as they had so many years before. "Help us rebuild what you sought to unmake," he murmured. "Not as a prison, but as a framework for growth." As dawn broke above the mountains, its light filtering down through hidden shafts to illuminate the ancient forge, three figures stood before walls of transformed runes, no longer a rigid cage, but a living system, evolving even as they watched. The unmaking had been halted, but something new had begun. In the days that followed, As Gandalf and his companions worked to stabilize the new runic framework across Middle-earth, the wizard often found himself pondering Arwen's questions. Had the constraints been truly necessary, or had fear limited their understanding of what magic could become? Perhaps, he thought, as he watched new runes bloom like flowers across the walls of Minas Tirith, both perspectives held truth. The wisdom lay not in choosing between structure and freedom, but in finding the harmony between them, a lesson as old as Middle-earth itself, yet forever being relearned by each generation that walked its storied lands. For in the end, the greatest magic was not found in power unbound, but in the balance between what was and what might be. The eternal dance of tradition and innovation that gave meaning to all great tales. Story 5. The night sky over Middle-earth had always been a tapestry of silver light, woven by the Valar at the dawn of time. But now, as Gandalf the Grey stood atop the weathered stones of Amon-Sul, his ancient eyes narrowed with concern. Where once the heavens had blazed with countless stars, now vast patches of emptiness marred the celestial canvas. The wizard's gnarled fingers tightened around his staff, its crystal emitting a soft blue glow in the darkness. 3 more have vanished since yestereve, he whispered to the night wind. The realm of Vada diminishes, and with it, the old protections fade. The disappearance of stars was no mere astronomical curiosity. In Middle-earth, the stars were more than distant lights. They were the anchors of ancient spells, the foundations upon which the eldest magic had been built. Their light kept the servants of Morgoth at bay, imprisoned in the void since the Elder days. Without them, the veils between worlds would thin, allowing darkness to seep through like water through cracked stone. Gandalf had withdrawn into solitude for nearly a decade, weary of councils and the slow decay of wisdom among the free peoples. But this threat could not be ignored. With a heavy sigh that carried the weight of centuries, he descended the ancient watchtower. His self-imposed exile was over. The halls of Rivendell stood empty, its ethereal beauty untouched, yet somehow diminished. The last of the elves had departed for the Grey Havens years ago, or so the world believed. Gandalf's footsteps echoed through abandoned corridors, adorned with fading murals depicting the glory of ages past. Lord Elrond departed with the others, came a soft voice from the shadows. You will not find him in these halls." Gandalf turned to find Samwise Gamgee, his weathered face a map of wrinkles, yet his eyes still bright with the innocence that had carried him through the darkest of journeys. "Master Samwise," the wizard smiled, "I did not expect to find a hobbit in the last homely house." Sam stepped forward, his movements still spry despite his advanced years. "I hear them, Gandalf. The stars, they sing to me. Ever since that night on Mount Doom, I've always heard them." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And now they're screaming as they die." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. The old hobbit had always been more than he appeared, but this revelation was unexpected. "Then you are precisely who I need, my old friend." In the rebuilt city of Minas Tirith, they found Boromir the Younger, grandson of the steward who had fallen to the ring's temptation. The young man bore a striking resemblance to his namesake, proud, strong, yet harboring secrets in the depths of his grey eyes. "My family serves Gondor alone," he declared when Gandalf explained their quest. "But we have no obligation to chase disappearing stars." Gandalf leaned on his staff, fixing the young man with a penetrating gaze. "Your grandfather sought redemption with his last breath, yet your father found ancient scrolls in the vaults beneath the White Tower, scrolls that speak of oaths sworn in darkness, oaths to powers older than Gondor." The color drained from Boromir's face. "How could you possibly know?" "The stars see all, young steward." "And Sam hears their whispers." Gandalf stepped closer. You seek to undo the shame of your bloodline. This journey may be your only chance. That night, Boromir joined their company, his ancestral horn hanging at his side, the twin of the one that had been cloven on Amon Hen generations ago. The lonely mountain loomed against the slate-grey sky, its peak shrouded in ominous clouds. The dwarven sentries admitted them with reluctance, their bearded faces grim with suspicion. "The mountain speaks of your coming," said King Thorin IV, descendant of Dine Ironfoot. "But it does not rejoice. You seek the serpent." Gandalf nodded. "Is he still bound by your people's magic?" The dwarf king stroked his jeweled beard. "Bound, yes, but not silenced. His words poison the minds of any who listen too long. 3 guards have taken their own lives this past month alone. Deep beneath the mountain, in a cavern vast enough to house a small city, lay the withered form of Smaug. Once magnificent in his terrible splendor, the dragon was now a shadow of his former self. Scales dulled, wings tattered, yet his eyes still burned with ancient malice as Gandalf approached. "Mithrandir," the dragon's voice rasped like steel on stone, "come to gloat at my imprisonment. Or perhaps to beg for my wisdom once more." "Neither," replied Gandalf. "I come because you carry something that does not belong to you." Smaug's chuckle echoed through the cavern. "Ah, you've noticed the stars going out, and you know why I alone among dragonkind survived the Great Purge." His massive head shifted, revealing a pulsing light embedded in his chest between the scales, a fragment of pure starlight that glimmered with impossible intensity. "The heart of Arundel's star, my trophy, and my curse. We need it," said Gandalf simply. "Of course you do." Smaug's eyes narrowed to burning slits. "Release me from this prison, wizard, and perhaps we can negotiate." Sam stepped forward, his small form ridiculous beside the dragon's vastness. "The stars say you're tired," the hobbit said quietly. "But they say you've been wanting to sleep for a very long time." Something flickered in the ancient dragon's gaze, a moment of vulnerability quickly masked by contempt. What would a halfling know of the desires of dragons? "Nothing," Sam admitted. But I know about being far from home for too long." 3 days later, they departed the lonely mountain with a reluctant dragon in tow, the magical chains of the dwarves replaced with bonds of Gandalf's making, lighter but no less secure. And in Sam's pocket, wrapped in elven silk, pulsed the star fragment extracted from Smaug's chest. The ruined observatory of Anúminas rose from the mists of Lake Evendim like the crown of a drowned king. Once the seat of Arna's power, the ancient city had fallen to time and strife, its white towers crumbling, its gardens reclaimed by wilderness. Yet the domed building at its center remained largely intact, its crystal roof reflecting what little starlight remained in the sky. This was Elendil's sanctuary, Gandalf explained as they approached through overgrown courtyards. Here, the Númenóreans studied the heavens and recorded the movements of the stars. If any place in Middle-earth holds the knowledge we seek, it is here. But as they climbed the spiral staircase to the observatory proper, a soft light emanated from above, warm and golden, unlike the silver gleam of stars. Gandalf motioned for silence as they emerged onto the observation platform. There, bent over an enormous astrolabe of mithril and gold, stood Elrond half-elven. His ageless face was lined with concentration, his fingers tracing patterns on a star chart, while a beam of light from his circlet struck a crystal suspended from the domed ceiling. Where the refracted light touched the chart, stars vanished. "So it is you," Gandalf's voice cut through the silence. "I had suspected, but I dared not believe." Elrond turned, unsurprised. "Mithrandir, you are late, as usual. Late to stop you from unraveling the very fabric that protects Middle-earth? Yes, I suppose I am. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff glowing with warning. Why, Elrond, you of all beings know the consequences of such actions. The half-elven lord's face softened with a sadness so profound it seemed to fill the chamber. She calls to me, Gandalf. Across the void between worlds, Celebrian calls. He gestured to the crystal, which now revealed a ghostly image of a beautiful elven woman, her features distorted as if seen through troubled water. The ships to Valinor were meant to follow the path of Erendil's star, but something went wrong. The ships never arrived. The straight road was lost, whispered Boromir, his eyes wide with the revelation. Not lost, corrected Elrond, diverted. By powers jealous of the gift given to the firstborn, the right to leave Middle-earth's sorrows behind. My wife and all who sailed with her these past centuries exist in a twilight realm between worlds. His hand caressed the image in the crystal. I have found a way to break the barriers, to reopen the true path to Valinor. By unmaking the stars themselves, said Gandalf, his voice heavy with understanding. Or by unraveling the very protections placed by the Valar. What are a few stars against the suffering of those trapped between worlds? Demanded Elrond. Would you not do the same for those you love? Sam stepped forward, the star fragment glowing through the silk in his pocket. Begging your pardon, Lord Elrond, but the stars aren't just lights. They're alive, in their way. They're frightened. And they are not yours to unmake, added Gandalf. The consequences reach beyond your intention. Already the servants of Morgoth stir in the darkness between worlds. With each star that fades, their bonds weaken. Doubt flickered across Elrond's face. I have calculated the risk. Only 17 stars need be undone to create a pathway large enough. And what of the 19 you've already extinguished? Challenged Gandalf. The pattern is growing unstable. Elrond. Look! He pointed to the chart where lines of force were beginning to warp and twist in unintended directions. In that moment of distraction, Smaug lunged forward with surprising speed, breaking his magical bonds. But instead of attacking, the dragon surged toward the crystal, drawn by the fragment of starlight that Sam now held openly in his palm. The two sources of celestial light called to each other, and as they touched, a blinding flash filled the observatory. When their vision cleared, the astrolabe had transformed. The crystal now pulsed with combined power, and the star chart had rearranged to show a new configuration, a pathway formed not by the absence of stars, but by their harmonious alignment. The Song of the Stars, breathed Gandalf in wonder. Not destruction, but harmony. A new straight road, Sam nodded, understanding instinctively. The stars weren't fighting you, Lord Elrond. They were trying to show you another way. Tears streamed down Elrond's ageless face as he beheld the new pattern. All this time, I thought I needed to break what was made when I should have been listening to what was being built. Smaug, his ancient body now fading like morning mist, gave a final rumbling chuckle. Ironic, is it not? The dragon who lived by taking dies by giving back what was never truly his. His form dissolved entirely, leaving only a whisper. Perhaps there are worse fates than sleep. Under the guidance of the new star pattern, Gandalf and Elrond worked through the night to reshape the astrolabe. With Sam translating the whispers of the stars and Boromir providing the strength of his mortality, the unexpected balance needed for the spell, they rewove the celestial pathways. As dawn broke over Lake Evendim, a new constellation blazed in the western sky, a shining road of stars leading beyond the circles of the world. And upon that road, visible for just a moment before the sun's light overpowered it, sailed white ships returning from the Twilight Realm, bearing those who had been lost between worlds. Gandalf watched as Elrond's face transformed with joy and relief. The stars had not been diminished, but realigned, creating something new and beautiful from what had existed before. It was a lesson the wizard would carry with him through his remaining days in Middle-earth. Even the oldest magic could be renewed through understanding and sacrifice. And sometimes, the song of the stars simply needed new ears to hear it. Story 6. The first snowflake to ever touch the sacred ground of the eternal valleys fell on the 7th day of the starlit moon. It descended like a tear from the heavens, pristine and solitary, landing upon the amber leaves of the ancient heartwood. Leaves that had known only perpetual spring for 10,000 years. By dawn, 1,000 more followed, and within a fortnight, the once verdant paradise lay shrouded beneath a blanket of unnatural frost. The colossal sentinel trees, whose roots were said to drink from the very wellspring of creation, began to wither, their bark turning ashen as death crept upward through their mighty trunks. Gandalf the Grey stood atop the whispering ridge, his weathered hand gripping his staff so tightly that his knuckles whitened beneath his skin. His ancient eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless kingdoms, narrowed as he surveyed the unfolding calamity. The wind that tousled his silver beard carried not the sweet perfume of eternal blossoms, but the bitter sting of something ancient and malevolent awakening. "This is no ordinary winter," he murmured, tracing a rune of revelation in the air. The symbols glowed momentarily before dissolving into motes of golden light that scattered like fireflies across the valley. Something has broken the first covenant. For centuries, Gandalf had watched over the delicate balance of Middle-earth, guiding its peoples through darkness with wisdom and light. But even he, with all his power and knowledge, had not foreseen this catastrophe. The Eternal Valleys, sanctuary to the oldest and purest magic in the realm, had been blessed with perpetual spring since the Elder Days, protected by a pact so ancient that few remembered its origins. That night, as Gandalf slept beneath the eaves of a dying Silverwood, his dreams were pierced by a radiance too brilliant to behold directly. From within the light emerged a familiar figure, Lady Galadriel, greatest of the elven queens, her ethereal form shimmering like starlight upon water. "Mithrandir," she spoke, her voice resonating not through air, but directly into his mind. "The balance is broken. The accord between the three kindreds has been sundered." "Galadriel," Gandalf answered, understanding immediately that this was no mere dream. "How can this be?" The pact was sealed with magic beyond even the corruption of Sauron. Not by external evil does this curse flow, but from within. Her luminous eyes reflected sorrows untold. When the first tree was planted, the three races, elves, dwarves, and men, each contributed a sacred gift. Each royal house became keeper of a shard of knowledge, a fragment of the ritual that maintains the eternal spring. This knowledge was to be passed down, unbroken, through their bloodlines. And now the chain is broken, Gandalf surmised, his heart heavy with foreboding. "Yes," Galadriel confirmed, "but there is more. The truth you must confront lies in your own past, Gandalf, in a choice made by the Istari at the dawn of this age." Before Gandalf could question further, her image began to fade. "Seek the three heirs." Her voice lingered like the last notes of a fading melody. "Princess Thorina in the Iron Mountains, who guards the Starforge hammer. Prince Aldrich in the Crystal Halls, keeper of the Tide's medallion. And Princess Elindra among the ruins of Lothlorien, protector of the seed of the first tree. Only together can they renew what was sundered." Gandalf awoke with the first light of dawn, frost clinging to his robes and resolution burning in his heart. Within the hour, he was mounted upon Shadowfax, the Lord of Horses, racing northward toward the imposing silhouette of the Iron Mountains. The journey to the dwarven stronghold took 7 days, through passes where the wind cut like knives and over ridges where one misstep meant certain death. The great gates of Khazad Vorn stood sealed, carved from a single massive slab of star metal that gleamed dully in the weak winter sun. "Open! By the word that was spoken at the founding!" Gandalf commanded, striking his staff against the unyielding doors. 3 times he called, and on the third, the immense portal groaned open, revealing a solitary figure barely reaching Gandalf's waist. Princess Thorina Ironheart stood defiantly before him, her auburn beard intricately braided with runes of power, her armor gleaming with the distinctive blue-silver sheen of mithril. Behind her, the once bustling halls of her ancestors lay eerily silent. "What brings the wandering wizard to my gates?" she demanded, her voice echoing through the cavernous entrance. "A few come seeking the friendship of dwarves in these dark days. I come seeking a hammer and a princess," Gandalf replied, bowing with genuine respect, "both essential to healing a breaking world." Thorina's laugh was as sharp as struck flint. "The hammer of the Star Forge is no mere trinket to be borrowed, Greybeard. It is the legacy of my house, with which my ancestor Durin the Deathless forged the chains that bound the primeval fire to the roots of the world. And if I told you that the fire now stirs beneath those chains," Gandalf countered, "that the eternal valleys wither as we speak." The change in Thorina's demeanor was immediate and profound. Her stance softened, and genuine fear flickered across her proud features. "You speak of the pact," she whispered, almost to herself. "My father warned me that this day might come, though he prayed it would not be in my lifetime." Without another word, she turned and led Gandalf into the heart of the mountain, through labyrinthine passages adorned with veins of precious metals and gems that caught and multiplied the light of their torches. In a chamber deep within the earth, sealed behind doors inscribed with warnings in the ancient dwarvish tongue, rested the Starforge hammer upon a pedestal of obsidian. It was smaller than Gandalf had imagined, its head no larger than a clenched fist, but it pulsed with power that made the air around it shimmer. Constellations seemed to move across its polished surface, star patterns shifting and realigning with each passing moment. "I will accompany you," Thorina declared, lifting the hammer with reverence. "The pact binds my blood as surely as it does the hammer." The crystal halls of men lay eastward, across the plains of remembrance, where ancient battles had been fought and forgotten. Prince Aldrich proved more difficult to convince than Thorina had been. A young man with the arrogance of youth, but the haunted eyes of one who had seen too much tragedy, he initially refused to acknowledge the importance of Gandalf's quest. "The medallion is a relic, nothing more," he scoffed, lounging upon a throne of crystal that caught and fractured the light into rainbow patterns across the hall. "A trinket my grandfather insisted I keep close, though he never explained its purpose. And now you expect me to abandon my besieged kingdom based on the words of a wandering sorcerer." It was Thorina who finally pierced his skepticism, stepping forward with uncharacteristic diplomacy. "The blood of Numenor flows in your veins, son of men," she said, her tone surprisingly gentle. "The same blood that witnessed the last alliance between our peoples. Would you be the one to break faith with that legacy?" Something in her words reached him, and with reluctance, Prince Aldrich retrieved the medallion, a disk of opalescent material that seemed to contain the ebb and flow of tides within its surface. The most perilous leg of their journey led them to the ruins of Lothlorien, once the most beautiful realm of the elves, now a shadow of its former glory. Princess Elindra awaited them among the skeletal remains of the great malon trees, her silver hair cascading down her back, her eyes reflecting starlight even in the gloom of day. "I have been waiting," she said simply, extending her hand to reveal a small golden seed that shimmered with inner light. The seed stirs as the balance falters. It seeks to return to the mother oak. As their unlikely company journeyed toward the heart of the eternal valleys, Gandalf felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him. The truth Galadriel had hinted at gnawed at his conscience. These three young royals, dwarf and human and elf, carried fragments of a power they barely understood, yet they followed him with growing trust. "Din, there is something you haven't told us, wizard," Elindra observed as they made camp on the outskirts of the petrified forest, where trees stood frozen in grotesque postures of agony. "Something that troubles your spirit." Gandalf sighed, gazing into the flames of their small fire. "At the beginning of this age, when the Astari first came to Middle-earth, we discovered a terrible truth about the pact that maintained the eternal spring. The magic required renewal, a willing sacrifice from one of great power, freely given to sustain the balance for another 1,000 years. Understanding dawned in the eyes of his companions. "The Astari were sent to guide, not to interfere directly," Gandalf continued. I made the decision to seek another way. We found a temporary solution, a way to extend the pact without the sacrifice. But it seems that time has run its course." The mother oak stood at the center of the petrified forest, a colossus that dwarfed all other trees. Despite the devastation around it, it remained green, though its leaves had begun to turn at the edges. Beneath its spreading branches waited a figure of darkness, the corrupted guardian, once a spirit of growth and renewal, now twisted by the failing magic into a harbinger of winter and death. "To children of the three kindreds," it hissed, its voice like leaves crushed underfoot, "have you come to fulfill the pact at last?" Battle was joined as the Guardian unleashed its corrupted power. Thorina's hammer struck with the force of falling stars. Aldrich's medallion controlled tendrils of water pulled from the frozen ground, and Elindra's elven magic sang in harmony with the ancient forest. Gandalf stood at the center, his staff blazing with white fire as he channeled and directed their combined strength. Yet for all their valor, the Guardian could not be defeated by force of arms. As exhaustion began to claim them, Gandalf understood what must be done. "Place your artifacts at the base of the tree," he commanded his companions, "and step back." With trembling hands, they obeyed. The three ancient treasures began to glow, resonating with one another and with the Mother Oak itself. "What I withheld before, I freely give now," Gandalf proclaimed, plunging his staff into the earth between the artifacts. Power surged through him, not the power of dominion or destruction, but of renewal and sacrifice. The essence that made him an Istari, the immortal flame of his spirit, flowed outward into the dying land. Elindra wept as she understood. "You're giving yourself to the pact." "Not all of me," Gandalf smiled, though pain etched deep lines around his eyes. "But enough. The balance must be maintained." Light exploded from the circle of power, washing across the petrified forest in a wave of renewal. Trees straightened, color returning to their bark. The unnatural frost receded like an outgoing tide, revealing tender shoots of green pushing through the soil. Above, dark clouds parted, allowing the warmth of spring sunlight to bathe the eternal valleys once more. When the light faded, Gandalf remained, though changed. His once grey robes had turned pure white, his eyes reflecting new depths of wisdom and sorrow. "Gandalf," Thorina ventured, her voice uncharacteristically hesitant. "Gandalf the Grey is no more," he replied, his voice resonating with newfound power. A part of him lives on in the renewed pact, and will do so until the ending of this age. What remains has been transformed. Together, the four companions planted the seed of the first tree beside the mother oak, ensuring that when the ancient giant finally surrendered to time, a successor would stand ready. The three kindreds renewed their alliance, not through hidden knowledge and separate guardianship, but through open cooperation and shared responsibility. As for Gandalf the White, he would continue his wanderings across Middle-earth, a little less immortal perhaps, but with a deeper connection to the land he had helped to save. For in sacrifice, he had discovered a truth that had eluded him for millennia, that the greatest magic comes not from power withheld, but from power freely given.